Ay, hello, welcome, Magma. I didn't even announce the stream yet. Okay, there you go. Hello, Mr. Dead Skeleton. Hello there, Black. Oh wait, Tricky. Hello. Oh, sorry for the little delay there. Was talking to a friend. Talking to Chipsy. Gonna suffer again? Apparently we are, so. Hello, Burnt. You got recommended by one of your Hollow Knight streams from 8 days ago. Nice. I know you're here. Me when I refresh the page for 11 minutes because I'm too excited every time. Glad you are. Hello there, Captain M. I'm Grunt, but this is my private account. Ah, okay. Hello, Grunt. Welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good day. Anyways, so since there's already a lot of people, why should we keep them up to date? Yesterday we did a lot of things, collected a couple more grubs, we found out about the hive. We also went into the dream palace, I suppose that's what they're called. I forgot what it's called again. We went to dream version of the palace, and then we did a lot of parkour. Definitely wasn't pain at all to get a little thingy, and then we went into the abyss, changed that thing into the so-called void heart, and now we're back and we're gonna do the second ending. We've done the first ending last stream, which is the uncanon one, so I do not know if this is the canon one yet, but we'll see. It's Sandspy and Cuphead and the Gaster Blaster. Yes, they're not. He's not really. I guess he's both spying and following. That much I can tell you. I actually wanted to do some school stuff like sort paper, sort the paper what my mom needs to sign for school. But when I'm too excited for the stream, forget what I'm doing. You can do it while I'm streaming. No worries. We're gonna start in like 2 minutes, and you can get your stuff. No rush. Oh, you doing it while I'm watching. I see. Good. Ooh. Excited. I guess what we do now is just go back to the black egg. See what happens. Kill baby no. Always a no for a million years. What happened to Gasser and the Frex and the thing? What happened to them, eh? Well, I'll say this much. Gasser took the thing to study it, as I'll say. And about the human, well, we do not know. You'll have to see later. Okay. Anyways, without waiting any longer, let's just go on with it, shall we? Hold on. There you go. Where's my phone? There it is. We're gonna finally do this, fight the boss with 85% of completion. Hopefully that's enough. And if this ending is still uncanon or unsatisfactory, we might have to collect all the grubs if that does get another ending. Before we fight, let me look at my loadout real quick. I don't really need you. What's a good one? Quick slash is good. You are good. Quick focus and quick slash. Yes. I'm gonna keep Grim. Grim safe for this. It's a cute boy. Maybe Grim not needed. Even so, I don't want to keep him. Maybe he'll clutch the boss fight again, you know. Do you have baby Grim? Because I want. Oh, hello Hornet.
The path is opened. One way or another, an end awaits inside. I won't be joining you in this. That place is built to sustain your likes. Its bindings would drain me were I to join. Don't be surprised. I'll not risk my own life in your attempt. Though if the moment presents, I'll aid as I'm able.
Okay. Let's go. Seems everything is the same. I don't know if anything's gonna be different, but let's see. Oh yeah, I should really get that. I was healing. Yikes. Yikes. I keep touching him. Oh. Oh. Okay. Good try. Why not? What if I get the long nail instead? Long has always been very good. The shell. Let's try the shell as well. Oh, yeah, I forgot to test. The thing doesn't attack me anymore. You die to Hollow Knight? Sick. I know, it's not the hardest boss in the game. Trying to play it and have fun at the same time. Oh, that's unlucky. Oh crap. I did that too. Ow. Oh shit, he's gonna. Oh. He's starting to hit himself. Oh. I would actually be fine there if I didn't try to hit. This is still just as fucked up. healing. Oh! Hornet!
Get down!
Shit! Fuck, was I supposed to dream nail him? Fuck me! Did I fail it? Fuck, I think I fucked it up. I fucked it up, Baja. Oh wait, never mind. Ren is here this time. Logo of Hornet this time. Ah. Sealed siblings. Can I skip this? I can't skip it. Okay. No, no, no. It is not the end. Fuck. I saw the thing too late. Let me end the game real quick. This ending made me a bit sad now. Well, yeah, the difference with this and the ending the last did is that Hornet is here now, and it seems that she's binded, I suppose, to the to the black egg. I guess you guys, it's fine. I don't think Grim will follow me. Grimity will follow me to the dream world. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh boy, I'm gonna die. Oi. Question, Harry, who's your favorite YouTuber? Favorite YouTuber, eh? Hold on. I'm gonna get this.
Contains a forbidden spell.
Shut up. Favorite YouTuber, either Alan Becker or Markiplier will work. Those two are my favorite. Alan Becker stuff always piques my interest. Oh, I thought he was gonna do the sword attack thing. Rude. Double rude. Whoa! I just to the other side. Hello? Hi there. Oh. Come on!
Get there!
I can still hear Grimmothy. Oh, Grimmothy is here. Look at that. Well, who am I challenging? Huh? Oh, what the fuck? It's you. Oh shit, he has a title card!
Ancient enemy.
Oh, and it takes 2 health. Interesting. Wait! Ah, fuck. I fucked it up. Okay, I have to defeat the Hollow Knight over and over again. Well, this is a bit sad. Oh, okay. again.
Get there!
Let's go!
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you!
Oh, he spawned on me. Oh my goodness. Oh, yay. Ah! Yikes! That's a bit unlucky. Oi! Ay. Okay, hold on.
Symbol of a completed ritual.
What if... Quick slash, yeah. I think quick slash is good. Sorry, Grimity. Or take damage with drop song. Hey! Spam a bit streak when someone shreds away health. Oh yeah, I could do that. Oh my god, I should really dash through him next time when he does that. I'm healing, my man. I forgot. I dashed through him! My god. Okay. I think too late. I take action first. Come on.
Get there!
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you! Dawn will break!
I knew it that wasn't over. Oh! Not bad, not bad. Thank you so much, Mary, for telling me I could just spam the mystery. That skipped the first half immediately. Be watching with full screen and won't be chatting. I see. Oh my god. I wonder if souls like save. After this fight, or does it like automatically get? Oh. Getting faster each time though.
Get there!
How did you die to the easiest part? Probably panic.
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you!
Oh crap. Oh yeah. Okay. I think I need that I think I need that extra. Quick size is very good. Something could help me with getting more soul. Let's see.
Reflecting the desires of the Soul Sanctum for mastery
It
over
reduces the
soul.
cost. That's
It
really good.
improves the bearer's ability.
What about Shaman again? Let me see. Or what does it look like again? Oh my god, I'm so blind. Oh my god. Where is it? Did I not buy it?
Contains a living core that seeps precious lifeblood. When resting,
When I could Shaman Stone for damage, exactly. I'm trying to look for it. Fuck. Where? Oh my god. Did I equip it already? No. Did I not buy it? I did buy it. Oh, it's this. Oh my god.
said to
I thought
contain,
it was blue.
said
Tree.
to contain the
Kinds of
knowledge of
power.
past generation. Born
I think I'll take that. And then for... I think that's good. I don't think I'm gonna be using nail arts. Oops, that's the wrong way. I'm healing. Hitting fast, I think.
Get the!
What, spam all your moves? Nah, then I will.
Ancient enemy. I do not fear you.
Ay, 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 this is bad.
Let me be free.
Oh no! I did it when it spawned on. Sad. If I take that off, what else can I use? Proves the
Reflecting the
yeah,
desires of
that's good. I don't think I need more now. Probably do. If I could use more souls and use less cost, I guess get less cost and then also do more damage, I think that's worth it. Oh my god, he went down faster than I thought. Or I guess it, because vessels don't have genders. Ouch. Oh, wrong side. Oh, he blocks that. Okay. I guess I should have expected that.
Get the!
Anyone ever think that Harry's sweating right now? If I didn't have air conditioner, probably.
Ancient enemy.
Oh shit, I missed.
I do not fear you. Dawn will break!
Oh crap. Oh yeah, I did dodge the wrong way! Oh, I thought I was dead. Oh, you're doing this. Yikes. This is the moment. Sorry, buddy. Sorry to disappoint you. It's gonna take a while. Let me see if I could save soul actually. Oh, never mind. Trying to see if I could save. Oh my god. Oh my god, somehow that didn't hit me. Okay, what, 5th try now?
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you!
Oh.
Let me be free! I will not be forgotten! Dawn will break!
Oh, you spawn all the way over there. Oh. Oh, come on. Come over here. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay. Let's see that. Okay, that spawned on me. Did better though. Gotta go shall be back. Okay.
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you!
I. Oh. Okay. It's a big yikes. I wonder how long it's gonna take. I get yeah. Have you read my channel about the 5 pentagon? No, I didn't read it. 'Cause I'm really focused on doing this, so.
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you!
I. Wait, hold on, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Radiance could be a good Cuphead boss, honestly. Yeah. I mean, almost. I guess every boss is here was like that. But Cuphead's gonna have that range. If I use like all my soul and then go to the dream modes, I wonder if it still like starts with 4, or does it depends on what you end up with. Oh, completely missed that one. See, I have one.
Get
Someone actually did it. Someone actually did mod a Cuphead Radiance boss. It's in an airplane boss fight.
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you!
Oh, I'm so bad. Let me think. Quick slash is good. That's good. Can I get something else? That's one. Never mind. Bet Harry's hand hurts? Not really. It's just the start. Can't really give you tips. You're doing almost perfectly fine. That's good to know. My one challenge here that I should really do is see if I could kill this guy without healing. And also kill him fast. because then I could save all the souls. Oh wait, why did I heal? Do as much damage to him as possible. If Harry dies 3 more times, then he's better stuff. Really shoot. Okay. Oh, I could just spam it like that? Okay. Ay, ay, ay. There you go.
I will not be forgotten!
Actually, I'm done with you.
Dawn will break!
Okay. And your hitbox needs to be bigger. Same. Oh. Okay. This boss is like Sans. You just remember the fight like riding a bike one time after struggling so much. Just open the game, beat this first time. I got so mad. Or at least in this fight you can actually skip a bunch of I guess attacks. Well, in Sans you kind of have to remember his fight patterns, because you can't really kill him until the last. Oh, that's a little unlucky. Come on, roar already. Oh shit. Come on. Yes.
Ancient enemy!
It's kind of funny.
I do not fear you!
Oi! Ah. Damn. You gotta go. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye, Tricky. Thank you for tuning in. Cool sometimes when I'm parrying. When I parry them. I guess that's probably why they didn't make the Hollow Knight boss that hard, because you have to do another after him. That's why.
Ancient enemy.
Oh crap. Oh, that's not okay. Oh!
Let me be free.
It's kind of funny I have to fight him every single time. Maybe a little annoying, but fight's cool. Nice. Went the wrong way. Oh crap. Oh, I thought.
Get there!
That's the wrong way, but I got him.
Ancient enemy! I do not fear you!
Hi.
Let me be free!
No.
I will not be forgotten! Dawn will break!
I have to dodge that. Hey. Ay. Shit. Ay, they don't spawn in front of me. Yeah. Okay. I think I need that, let me check. Eeh. I think it's good enough. I feel like I'm not dealing enough damage to the guy. I'm kind of rushing. That's why I'm kind of rushing it. Did the same thing I did. It's not good. Great, now I'm dying. Damn. I really need to. Be careful. Oh.
Get the!
Ancient enemy!
Oh, you spawned that on me.
Let me be free! I will not be forgotten!
Fuse spawns in the middle. Oh,
Dawn will break!
Oh, that almost killed me. I didn't. The platform wasn't there. Okay. Fuck. You almost dropped a 2 pro box with it. It's gonna take a while. problem with doing it as fast as I can. I'm kind of like making myself stand still, so I have to like take my time after the spamming is done. Okay. That'll work.
Get the!
That hasn't. Oh my god. Okay, now I
I do
suck.
not fear you!
She's gonna send a lot of attacks on me. I dashed the wrong way because I'm stupid. I could heal there, but I'm so scared. I can't reach. What the? Okay. Yikes.
Born from imperfect.
Ooh. Man, I really want to get that long thing. Fuck. I'm gonna be doing a lot of damage to. This is Radiance. I'm gonna just use my soul on this guy. Fuck it. I have less soul. Should be okay.
Get the!
Ancient enemy!
Oh, okay. Okay, the problem is those balls. Much better.
Get the!
Ancient enemy. I do not fear you.
Wow. Sometimes it's just very hard to dodge. Okay, what if I just need to screw it?
Builds res-
If I go with what if I go with the loadout I like doing? Let's see. Hmm. Don't mind if I do. Is that point where you're so focused you won't read that?
Ancient enemy.
Keep damaging him. Okay.
Let me be free! I will not be forgotten!
Oh. Well, shit. Okay, fine. I can't seem to. What can I use then?
Used by shock.
What that? It spawned on me. Perfect full so. dashed the wrong way. Oh, why did I do that? Oh. She's doing this. Oh. Yikes. I guess I'll just stick to that. Oof. Guess I'll just stick to this then.
Contains the grapple.
Mm-hmm. Wow. This is just... It's gonna take a while. Gonna get pretty old soon. Already 1.5 hour. I'm impressed you're actually doing it without max gears.
Ancient enemy, I do not fear you!
Fuck. Ah.
Let me be free! I will not be forgotten! Dawn will break!
Oh crap. Never mind. It spawned on me again. Fuck. Feel it's about time to give you some tips. Do what you wish.
I do not fear you! Let me be free!
Oh, I did pretty well there.
I will not be forgotten! Dawn will break!
I panic. I thought she was doing the ball. She's doing this attack. I'm gonna run away. Apparently. Oh, shit. Oh, that's tried to heal. Did better though.
Whispers its location to the bearer.
So first of all, be patient since you don't have max full gear stuff, bro. You won't do that much damage. Your only time to heal is laser attack. Bursts are too fast and you'll just risk getting hit. Yeah. I read that before getting to the Radiant fight, but didn't say it because, reading is too slow through the mountain to read it. Thank you, though. And here, I think if I just most of the time jump over these attacks. But there are other times when he jumps. gonna try like 2 more fights against the Radiants, and then after that I'm gonna go with if I could find the last fucking pair, the last 2 Pelors to upgrade my nail to max. Like Mikey said, I don't really have max gear stuff, and I think I really need that max nail.
Ancient enemy, I do not fear you! Dawn will break!
Oh, okay, I did not see that. Oh my god. Whoa. Ah. So she was doing the laser attack. Again. Oh. Yikes. You can use the iframe spell and spikes could destroy them for a good period of time. You can also dodge the swords. And There's a pillar with this. Trying. Just get pugging on him.
Get the!
I do not fear you!
I mean, it hurts her as well. Oh my god, but that's so stupid. That it can spawn on you like that. Okay. Yeah, it's horrible. And she's spawning.
Let me be free! I will not be forgotten! Dawn will break!
I was trying to pogo off her wings. I just went through it. Okay. During the phase 2, stay in the middle bonfire and spam up nail attack. Get lucky, she'll do an attack here and you can do much damage with full nail damage. You can skip phase 2. And the last round. After this, does anybody know where the last two pillars are? Ay. Oh man, they're gonna be at the B. I don't wanna go there yet. I'm gonna get this ending first. Oh. You got the last education. Not gonna spoil things, but be very careful.
Ancient, I do not fear you!
I skipped her voice line. Ancient. I had to beat it. Each spawn on me again. Yikes. It's a big yikes. This is gonna be the whole stream. Just me doing this. He's dancing. Fuck. This time I immediately just skipped it. Getting there. That's the best one so far. Please treat this.
Ancients, I do not fear you!
What the hell?
Let me be free!
Oh.
I will not be forgotten! The light cannot be consumed!
Come on, shits. Come on, siblings. I'm here. Help a fellow vessel out. How do you? Did I do it? Fuck him up. Oh shit. Get him. Come on. You in the ass. Get the fuck down. Die. This is for your siblings. No. Very nice. Well, I'm still, this is vocalized present, not really the game's present. Still. Damn. Knight is dead? Sacrifice himself. God damn. I don't know if you can hear me through all this music. Thank you. Zood. I have a question for Zood. I'll talk to you guys in a bit after this. I know it's very loud. It's very loud for me too. Oh. There you go. Should maybe be fine. It's still pretty loud for me, but I think for you guys it's nice. So that's the canon ending, right? Fuck, I'm kinda sad that the knight's dead though. That it failed his purpose. Shade Cloak Beast. Victims of Nosk. Damn. Team Cherry never confirmed the true endings. Also, the Knight kinda never supposed to do this. It's only a purpose to contain, not to destroy. I mean, that's the thing, right? But who's to say that the Knight is not fully like 100% into its purpose? Because like you said, he lost. Not he. The Knight lost the second place against the OG Hollow Knight. that would say that it still had some feelings, maybe. Maybe it felt it had to destroy it, knowing, like, if the Hollow Knight itself couldn't contain it, always destroy it. It's crazy, bro. Scurry voice the crow. Sadly, did not know what that is. OG Hollow Knight Falling was revealed after the completing Path Pain. What's the Path of Pain again, Mikey? What's that? White Palace parkour, but 1,000 times harder. Fuck no. No, thank you. Oh, Grimkin. I mean, that's a Grimkin knight. That's a. Music though. Designed to torture you. Really? Can I just look it up? Are you guys okay with me doing that? Like just looking it up on YouTube? I didn't see you beating the Radiance. I was reading school rules. Only to realize when the Radiance sent out the last essence and stream. That's sad though, Mac, with the No, I feel like if Mikey what Mikey said about it, if what Mikey said is true, and the knight like 100% 100% always tries to contain it instead of destroying it, that would mean the first ending I got was a canon one, kinda. Because we successfully, I don't know about successfully, but we contained it. Because that's the like. So that would be a sad ending. Oh yeah, like Sunburn said, you can rewatch it with 2 hours 5 minutes after the stream ends, and you can go. Parkour heaven, but on steroids. Fuck, man. Basically, the Pale King never really had a kid, and OG Hollow Knight got attached to him, and this is really bad because you can't contain an infection if you have feelings. You guys want to see the OG credits? Or you want me to just go to YouTube right now on stream and watch like the Path of Pain, I guess. Nah, I saw it 3 times. Anyways, what does this say? Hold a deep appreciation for this game's lore. Years it's been deliberated, with we've yet to lose enjoyment in pondering the unknown. What a special thing that is, to be remembered long after your story has ended, a feat few shall ever accomplish. Hollow Knight vocalizes testament to that. Through spoken words, I show you the love and care Team Sherry places in their dialogue. Through a single change, the dead kingdom of Hollow Knight is all more alive. I hope you enjoyed my perspective on this weird and wonderful world, and to all who helped in realizing my dream. Thank you truly, Kisimaki. That's nice. Hello, Tricky. Well, Oh, why is it all black? Oh, there you go. What the? What in the world? What happened? I can't control anything anymore. My thing is infected. I can't. I can't select anything. Right, the game's broken now. Okay, let me just end it then. The game. Okay, well, let me do this. Let's watch that. So, what should I search up here? Path of Pain walkthrough. Whoa, look at the chat going. Holy shit. Hello, Brian Cooper. You joined a bit late, sadly. I defeated the Radiance this after you joined. Yeah, let's fucking go. Now I want to see what really happens after Path of Pain. Path of Pain. I know I'm a bit of a coward of not doing it, but man, no thank you. Is it this? Path of Pain, Hitless, the Grim Trope DLC. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on, it's a bit tiny for some reason. Gonna increase that bad boy.
Huh? Wait, no, don't touch that. That's spoilers for Dream version of Hollow Knight. But
this is the Path of Pain, though. Never mind. Okay, let's see. 3 minutes.
been a while now. It's a bit hard to time on one of Arm Sunday Arts.
Okay, let's just watch this then. Let's see how much pain would I go through if I do this. Oh my, there. Okay, there's a wall there. I remember that. Okay. Path of Pain. Look at him go. Can't beat me. Oh. Also the music as well. That's the same music you fight after the Hollow Knight starts killing itself. Oh my god. Is this what the Hollow Knight had to go through to get to wherever the location is? I did Path of Pain failure sometime. Did you finish it though? Ah, look at him, 1000 Geo. Didn't even use all my Geo. Like 6,000. I had like 6,000.
You get those seal of binding for the Hunter Journal.
Path of Pain to break you, Harry. Exactly. I know my limits, man. Wow. He goes back here. Okay, that's one of them. So this was added on as a Grim. Pen of Pen isn't really that bad. Wait, let me pause. Pen of Pen isn't really that bad. Just look at me, whole day to beat. Alright, I can't go back to Path of Pain anymore when I feel like parkour. Remember how difficult White Palace was for him, Mikey? Exactly, right? I was so dead after that. And parkouring like this is not really my forte, so that's why games like Getting Over It or those type of games not really my thing. I like to keep my sanity. You love story. It's not bad that only 5 hours so far. Oh my god. Whoa. The fact is, if you die, you go all the way. You go all the way back. Well, sometimes you get checkpoints, but not all the time. What? I wonder why he has to pause though. You have to defeat enemies as well. Oh. And that's all you get. You were in a dream. You were inside a dream version of a dream. Glorious Floor was the last parkour room because I got that last, but 4 times got it. 4 times got it. You guys are chads for doing this, you know? Which I guess this part you guys are talking about. I guess the reason why he's pausing is or I guess I don't know, because I think it makes you stand still. I think. Yeah, that's the Hollow Knight and the King. Cute though. That's all. That is some lore pack scene in all the game. I know, but if I love the lore, right? But I don't want to go through all that pain to get the lore. Like if I were to do this, I would so be like, oh my god, really? That's it? Because the pain is, I feel like won't be worth it. But that's cool. Thanks. Isn't that bad once you figure it all out? Yeah, I guess. Okay, what next? What are the lore am I missing? This is the second time we've seen Hollow Knight. First time was after we defeated the first parkour. Oh yeah, the bee. I didn't go there yet, but I don't think there's anything important there. Moss bag. What are moss bag? Let me enable the chat real quick. See. Let me add a. Can I add like a screen or something, like a blank? What is this? Oh, excuse me. Let's ignore this for now. This side you can see the chat, you know, without it. Flashback. There you go. How dare you, Big Buy is more important than Path of... Mostly Campbell lore of Hollow Knight. Oh, complete. The mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. I can send the lore video. Hold on. Okay. Sure. To keep seeing my chat as spam, I'm trying to teach him. Happens. Mozbag. Yeah. Also, send me on Discord, Magma. Don't send me in the chat. The chat deletes any link that's sent. This the vid mostly complete. Best video of all time. Anyways, I have a question that I've been thinking. If Zod is a vessel, right? How does he survive the... How does he manage to get out of the abyss? And yeah. I was gonna rickroll you. What the fuck? Why are you doing this?
He's not a vessel, he can talk. Oh.
Wait, so what is Zod then? Who is the Zod?
Let your soul guide you to the very thing you love doing, turning it into a passion that lead you to the path of happiness. Don't let anybody stop you. Have a nice day, stay safe, and enjoy life. Alright, thank you there, Black Prism.
Thought he was gonna say some Hollow Knight stuff.
Some Hollow Knight stuff right there. Just an asshole.
He's a knight of great renown. Your chat doesn't show the link, so I can rickroll. Good. You're trying to rickroll me anyways. You fool. And anyways, you could send me in my DMs, by the way, Magma, for the thingy. How long have I been streaming, by the way? It's 2 hours. The Grim Troop lore. Just give me them questions. Here, I guess. But still, that doesn't answer my question. Yeah, I get it. The Hollow Knight had some feelings, which led it to fail. But is that really it? I know I'm not supposed to know this, but isn't there supposed to be a fight against the vessel against the Hollow Knight? Not the infected version, but the normal version. Oh, so it is that one. 1 hour. Jeez. Zod can't find a Vengefly and got stuck in the webs. If you fought him in the Colosseum? No. You can fight him in the Colosseum? What? I want to see that. Hold on a second. You have to save in Deepness and Crossroads. I did, though. Yeah, I guess I could just go. Oh, they're all laughing at him. This is so sad. But he's an asshole, so he deserves it. I feel kind of bad though. But he deserves it because he deserves it because he's an asshole.
A punching bug. Nice one. Don't save. Whatever you do, don't save a lady from below Mantis Village if you're gonna complete this.
There's a lady below the Mantis Village? I don't know that. I don't think I did then.
Father, can we watch Loner? Yes, my child. You can stand there and watch him try to hit you.
I should probably change the title. Hold on. I need to change the title for my stream because it's no longer that. It's just watching Hollow Knight lore. So people don't go like, what? He's not playing Hollow Knight. He's watching Hollow Knight. Just don't think about it. Okay.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS. But Hollow Knight would be a close second. Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia. Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019. There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies, t-shirts, nicotine patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters. Team Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny, be that powerful charms, special abilities, or the game's navigation system requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building. When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is buried under layers of NPC dialogue, item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal.
There's a comic.
These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's
What was that?
We've even made it to the point where people are
What the
looking at
fuck?
the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I
That's
suggest
me.
you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge, and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight.
The good old
It's a simple
days
fact of life that
when
every
things were
human
normal?
worships
What
a
do you mean?
god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Hallownest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight.
Kinda close
Our story
this.
begins with a creature very much worthy of worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or
Yeah, I
foresight.
remember.
Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains
Wait
and
a minute.
wastelands.
About the sorry for pausing here, but this, can you see my cursor? Hold on. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the in front of the worm looks like the shape of the king's head, doesn't it? It's
Beyond
interesting.
Hallownest.
Oh, that is.
Once it arrived in Hallownest, the
Wonder
worm
why.
died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg,
Game
out
Theory
of
made
which
a
hatched a
online
new
theory,
form of
got it
worm,
wrong.
a
Comedian
being
immediately
of
bullied
meager
him.
shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character
Wait.
a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell.
Oh, he is.
This
a
form
part
of the worm is usually
okay.
referred to as the Pale King,
I see.
and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's just one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of
By the way, the vid
Hallownest.
is called mostly
The
because it's not
Mantises
even
are a
all the
proud
lore.
tribe,
It's that big.
believing in the
And
importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club
Okay.
enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords.
Yeah, this is what
who
I wanted
guess
to
just
ask
kind of
as
sat
well.
around waiting for outsiders to challenge them.
Why
The
is there-
Mantis tribe
Oh,
had
yeah.
no interest in the Pale King's.
The reason why there's no force because that's a traitor, right? That's what the traitor lord is. Makes sense.
Kingdom. But the 2 communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deep Nest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't
okay.
just go out the other exits from Deep Nest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on Border Patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deep Nest. Now,
Deep
many of the
Nest.
different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deep Nest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deep Nest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deep Nest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deep Nest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deep Nest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deep Nest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deep Nest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the 2 remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Hallownest includes Greenpath. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom?
Hey!
Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The
the
land we know as
fuck?
Greenpath was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath into the once barren
Maybe attack
caverns.
people trying to build
Un's
a tram
followers,
there.
the Mosskin, were also born out of
You can even get your own baby spiders. Yeah, I heard about that. There's a charm in there that could make you have spiders, but don't know where that is.
making her their
Didn't get it,
creator.
Sally.
Greenpath at its height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Greenpath's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society.
Fairly.
They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees.
Ah, the
And
bees!
while there is no lore on how these bees
haven't
can
met-
turn into
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how
worm,
they
right?
reacted to the Pale King. These bugs
The slug.
decided to seal their hive off
Fat-ass
from the
slug.
rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the moth
See?
tribe.
They're pointless.
In-game, the only moth settlement is in the resting grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mothkin, the moth tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the moth tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these dream-catcher particle effects. Essence
seen
can take the
these.
form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm.
Grim.
Getting back to the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turn their backs on the
I guess
Radiance
Grim would be the
completely
nightmare
in order to
king, not
worship
the
the new
dream.
light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, Moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiants became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In wilds beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Modamon the Teacher.
Is that from
The
one
poem
of the...
appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever use this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King.
I feel like they were the same.
What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router. Under the Pale King, Hallownest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deep Nest. And then a third tram was started in Deep Nest and attempted to go further into Deep Nest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy, I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deep Nest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deep Nest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
Oh my fucking god. Fuck's sakes.
In terms of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hegemol, Zamir.
Basically, the signs getting fixed when you go back to the room and when you destroy the signs part of the lore. Oh my god. Okay.
The members of this esteemed coalition, simply known as the military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hegemol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time.
His armor got stolen, right? This guy, who was his name again? Hegemol.
Zamir, Drya, and Isma.
Yeah, Hegemol's armor got stolen.
For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hegemol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Zamir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were.
Oh, that's her.
The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Blackworm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the flukes. The flukes spawned from the Flukmarm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the flukes, but I do need to point out that the Flukmarm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing.
No, thank
And
you.
so this was the kingdom of Halnest at its height. Halnest was a vast kingdom.
Harry, the last mass shard is probably harder than the palace. In White Palace parkour, you really have to go through resting grounds, Queen's Garden without getting hit in fast travel. What the hell?
Okay.
Connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Halnest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society.
Okay.
As a suspiciously knowledgeable hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Halnest did not hunt for their own food and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Halnest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Halnest Prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Halnest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Halnest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Halnest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Halnest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Halnest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Halnest's history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance
the
known
Void.
as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Halnest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Halnest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiants in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiants alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Halnest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiants, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiants. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiants alive. The Radiants' light began to appear in the dreams of Halnest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiants' light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiant's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Halnest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiant's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection.
Yeah.
However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point.
Oh.
This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights. But the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness.
Oof.
As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds.
Those, okay.
These void
That's what
creatures
they
were
are.
somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These 2 higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels.
They're all so cute.
The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with a void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something. I'm not sure if that's how that works,
don't really
but
have
whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit,
Oh my God.
but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the Abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the Abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it.
Ooh.
The lore tablet outside the abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the abyss. Now, another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore.
I'm curious how
After the
broken
Hollow Knight was
vessel, though.
chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the
Hopefully it
abyss,
covers it out in this
leaving
video.
the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a
Damn.
dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this
yeah,
even
this
necessary?
fight.
One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process
Wait,
of
what did you say?
explanation to use a nail. But why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately,
Yes,
the
boss fight,
details
still
of that
never
are
saw
never
that,
fully
yeah.
explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked.
You guys want to see it actually?
But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King.
like not me
Additional
playing
seals
it. I
were
mean,
needed
you
in
guys
order
want
to
me
protect the
open
Hollow
up a
Knight's
video
physical body
about the fight?
while the Radiance was trapped inside of it.
The whole fight.
To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of three particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers. Lurien the Watcher, Motomok
Oh
Bug,
shit! I wasn't listening.
Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of three particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most
You're not gonna fight
mysterious
that
of the
short.
three
Is it hard to
Dreamers.
get to the fight?
He lived in the Watcher Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien
Plus,
watched
I'm
over
kinda
the city with his telescope.
satisfied
Lurien
with
was
the
a
ending
pretty
I
big
got.
fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lorien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower
Probably
of
took 2
Love.
streams. Damn.
This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector. The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
the Collector stayed in the Tower
Okay,
of
that's
Love
another boss
with a
I didn't
noble
fight,
bug
the
who likely
Collector.
owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually,
What's
the
with the
bug
music?
staying with the Collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the Collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated, and while Lurien does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the Teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community. The Archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Motomon in some way. They could be her live offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon uses futuristic cathode ray tube things to store information about
It's probably
Hallownest.
test tubes.
Several terminals in the Teacher's
way
Archive go
to
into
contain the
detail
infection.
about the Pale King's plan
That's why
to
it has
defeat the
some
Radiants, indicating that
those
Motomon had
green
intimate knowledge
substances
of
inside
what she
them.
was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deepnest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Hallownest and Deepnest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is never elaborated on, but it appears as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because, unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurien's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself.
Oh.
So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game.
She can
We don't know
protect
where this
herself,
creature
I
is
suppose.
hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers.
That's a
Hidden
character
away in
from
the
that game
Weaver's
that's still
Den
not
is
out.
an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deep Nest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers.
Wait, I have a question though. Why, if they just end up in the end, they just lock him up, and then like seal the knight away. Why did they train the knight then? Like, what was the point of that? To make it grow faster? That's still weird.
Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained.
You'll talk about the five
Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Halnest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything.
I guess, yeah.
Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Halnest, as it once was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Halnest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the Dream World. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws. The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead. The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial." My name is Johnny Cochran. Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Dryia stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Dryia is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it.
What?
I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic. Speaking of great knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagemul. Hagemul held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagemul's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemul's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogrim moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing
Soon
in
we'll
shit
talk about
as
the
much
endings,
as
by
the
the way.
next
I'm
guy,
going to God Home
but you'd
once.
have to
Alright.
really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense
I
of
think I'm
duty
just
and
gonna
loyalty to the
watch it,
king,
'cause,
and love for his
I think
fellow knights. So much so that he made
This is
shit
the last
statues
stream
of
of
them.
Hollow Knight, probably. Then.
How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Halnest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, Diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together, and Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Alright.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting
Spoiler,
for
you
Un's
become a
call,
god.
which would bring them back
Damn.
into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear or call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the Hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the Hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well, actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hallownest were closed off, with the old well in Dirtmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seemed content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hallownest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hallownest are the God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hallownest. When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the God Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hallownest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiance unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallownest held for an age. How long is that exactly?
I'm back.
Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there
Welcome
really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the Stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis over Hallownest wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life with the amplified power of the infection.
That's why
This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom. the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything. This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest. His memory of Motomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallownest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiants within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins. Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go, that's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole. Now, did you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience, due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallownest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallownest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video,
Let's go!
as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the Dream Realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the Knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the Knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The Knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the Knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallownest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the Knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the Knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiance still manage to break free one day?
It can.
Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the Knight one last time, as a final test of strength. After her defeat, Hornet allows the Knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched. By interacting with this egg, the Knight's shell is marked with the King's brand, technically making the Knight the new ruler of Hallownest. With the King's brand, the Knight can now open the entrance to the Abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the Abyss, the Knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually 2 outcomes the Knight can enact. She tells the Knight that it can either prolong Hallownest's stasis, or face the heart of the Kingdom's infection.
That's the 2 endings.
Within the Knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the Knight.
It's a statue.
After visiting the Abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the Knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's gardens. The White Lady tells the Knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King Soul, which she claims will give the Knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the Knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the Knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the radiance successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're gonna have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're gonna need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the Knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the Knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Dryia is still alive, which...
Oof. That's oof.
So maybe the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the Knight sought her aid, which would imply that the Knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the Knight is still capable of containing the radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the Knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account. In short, this whole concept of being hollow is so abstract and hard to define, I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the Knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations. Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King Soul. In order to reach it, however, the Knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a King's Bold. In order to bypass the seal, the Knight must use a fully awakened Dreamnail. It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the Seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the Knight does this, the Seer remarks that the Knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiance.
Mikey says, "This is my theory. In Godhome, when you fight Winged Nos, Nos is actually in Hornet's form, meaning that maybe at the end of the Knight might be attached to Hornet since Nos took the form of from loved ones."
The Seer seems to know that the Knight might kill the
but they're siblings. Hornet is technically the Knight's sister, right? I feel like they love her. Maybe not romantically. It's more of just care, I guess, because it's
like your sister, basically. Yeah.
Radiance, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken Dreamnail in hand, the Knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King Soul charm. When equipped, the King Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King Soul in their inventory, the Knight now gains access to an area in the Abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the Knight can find a giant egg. Dreamnailing the egg allows the Knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the Abyss. From viewing that memory, the King Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the Knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the Knight has the Void Heart, the Shades in the Abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades.
Oh.
In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the union of the void, the Pale King, and the White Lady, the knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny. Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears on the door of the Black Egg.
Sleeping.
It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple,
yeah.
meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start
Yeah.
leaking infection.
That would
At the
actually
same
be
time,
bad.
Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending. Each ending is canonical in its
Wait, what does
own
that say?
support.
All endings are equally canon. We're not into through endings. You choose the path yourself. We'll do our best in all future Hollow Knight content to account for all of it.
Any one ending as being the true ending. Each ending is canonical in its
Basically, the knight died in every ending. We got to accept the God Home ones. Well, if you think about it, if the ground is made of the abyss, made out of vessel shells, think about that. They were all Pale King's children. How much did the Pale
I think it's not the Pale King. It's just the White Lady. Just like the guy, like Mosback said, she just really likes breathing.
laying eggs? How deep does the abyss go without the shells?
own
Nice.
right. And honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together. If the Knight does dream of the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it
Oh,
can
yeah.
finally fight the Radiance head on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to help corner the Radiance. Eventually the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The Black Egg then appears to turn to shadows and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the
Yeah,
floor.
this is sad.
We get one final shot of the Shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone, and Hallownest is finally free from her infection. Now I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White
Not to
Lady
the
was
worst
waiting
and
for a
hardest
vessel.
endings in the game.
Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the Kingsbrand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the Kingsbrand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the Kingsbrand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions, because God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiance by creating a Lord of Shades, like the Knight. Regardless, the next two endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last two endings that were added in the
You're the
Godmaster
one.
update
Here we go.
almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game. That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hallownest does not exist in a vacuum,
And
which can help the
This next ending literally took you a whole month. What the hell? Of course you didn't have to do that. Yeah.
world of Hollow Knight feel more real. Because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the knight finds the Godseeker in the junk pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds higher and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the knight makes it further and further through the 4 pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the 4th pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hallownest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance, a stronger, more enhanced version of the game's final boss. Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy, responsible for the destruction of Hallownest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug. As it turns out, he's still alive when the knight arrives in Hallownest, and he's still fulfilling his duty after all this time. Let's take one last look at his diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite sign, right there at the top of the crossroads. Keeps happening too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team way to ever read the Menderbug.
Did he? Oh my god, he's there. You fucking killed him.
Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers. So,
well, wait, what's the unfair? What's the suffering pain? Should I? Okay. What's it called? Pantheon? Or something? What is it called? Pantheon of Hallownest. The speed run. Damn, even fighting it, it's 20 minutes and this is a speed run. What the actual fuck? This is what I'm suffering to this day? Oh my god. Okay. It's okay for me to see this, right? If you don't want to be spoiled, I guess, by this. And if you die once, you'll have to do everything again, right? As far as I know. Hold on, let me increase the sound. It's very quiet. I can't increase the sound. It's already maxed. Can I see something else that's not? Okay, let's do this one. It's kind of better now. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my. Killed both of them. Good way to make me feel absolute trash. Yeah, man. Feel like that too. Can't even beat these guys. I mean, not these guys, I mean like... You know what I mean. He's killing them so fast as well. Oh, he has that charm. that gives extra damage on HP. He doesn't even get a chance to attack. And he gets sold by just doing that. Wow. Normal playthrough took 15 minutes, by the way. Damn. This has been haunting me for the past month. You guys are chats for still doing this. He's dead! He's dead! What the fuck? This, oh my. Oh, I wish you could listen. Okay. Guess this is a speed run after all. Gorb. Gorb is no more. I wonder why he healed himself though. That he's gonna keep at 1 HP. What are you guys stuck on, by the way? Curious what each of you that's doing this right now. Oh, you fight the Nail Master? Damn. Sad I didn't get to see his attacks though. He's oh, I mean, they stand no chance against this guy, obviously. And they're both dead. You're stuck on Nightmare Kingdom. Where's the third one? I guess because the third guy is because he's doesn't use his nail anymore. He's just an artist. Do them Radiant to learn the moves. I've been working on ABS Radiant for hours. I kid you not. He's his own boss? Really? Wait, what the fuck just happened? The thing is just following him. Okay. And he's dead. The title card literally just appeared. Sarah. Rip. Okay, Crystal Guardian. And you have to do this in one try, right? If you die, you have to do everything again. Soul Master. I stuck on the third Pantheon because of Umu and God Tamer. Ah, God Tamer. I don't know who that is. See you soon enough. Okay. What is this ability, by the way? This thing he's doing right now, like summons those little thingies. What is that? Seems to do a lot of damage. I've seen. A lot of these guys seems to use it. Oh, and there he goes. You have to do it all in one try with every boss in the game, but more difficult, and then beat the hardest boss in the game after 40 minutes of stress. And if you die, you have to go through it again. God damn. Where's the music? Yeah, it fights all three of them at once. Look at him go. This is old fluke charm. It's the most broken charm in the game back in the day until they patched it. Aww. Wee. Marble. I don't think I met this boss, or is this new? Pretty sure I haven't met this. Oh, broken vessel. Yep, and he's dead. Yep. It's in Waterways, Fluke Marm. Is that where you get the Fluke Charm then, I guess? That makes sense. Oh, Galian. And he's dead. Oh, there he is. He's his own boss fight. That's so cool. Oh. Another boss I haven't seen. To unlock this, you have to kill every boss in the game. Yeah, I thought so. He died. Even if he teleported, he still died. Oh, this is the collector. He's just roaring, and then yeah, and then you just kill him. He's naked. Oh, this is God Tamer. Damn, just fucking kill him like that. Oh, look who it is, and he's bowing to the God Tamer, God Seeker, I mean. And he's dead. Okay. It's stupid Umumura on Radiant and God Tamer on Radiant to the P3. Wow. Okay, these guys again. It's kind of satisfying. Like, see, kill all of these guys. I did NKG on Radiant because I didn't want to practice P3. What's P3? what the hell? Oh, I guess yeah, because you can't really hit me. You have to do that. Pantheon 3. Oh, ruined my runs. Yeah, all he did is he baited Umu there, waited for that thing to exactly spawn at that second, and boom. Damn. You guys have learned a new tactic? Yeah, I should. This guy really needs to get more subscribers, honestly. Oh. Oh, this Wink Nosk? Oh, it is. Takes the form of Hornet. You don't even have Coral to help you with Umu, yeah. Imagine if they made Coral a bot. You holy shit! Oh my god. Hey, they made Sly boss, but come on, bro. Why not? Why don't they make Coral a boss? Not only you have to beat your all the other bosses you already did, you also have to beat new bosses that you have to learn. Wow. And you fight Hornet again. You need to watch the new bosses without the speedrun. Their attacks are so cool. He just pushes him there. Oh wait, I just realized, yeah, those are that was Lostkin, not Broken Vessel. You also have to fight their dream version as well. Wow. My favorite boss soon, best boss soon, okay. Oh, you this piece of shit. See, even he got it. Oh, White Defender. And he's God, you hate Taylor Lord? Yeah. Favorite bosses are Pure Vessel and King Grid. I'm waiting for him. Wait, is this? Oh, that was her, yeah, the white lady. Oh, you're fighting Soul Tyrant now. This feels like one whole fight. Like one whole fight could take you like 16 minutes. And this takes for a world record speed run to even finish the whole thing in 16 minutes. Oh, I didn't find this guy. Let's boss is this section. Who is this? Grey Prince Zod, what the hell? And he's still doing the same thing. It'd be so funny if the crowd didn't move at all, just standing. And he's shooting mini Zods? What in the world? What the fuck? I didn't fight this boss because I didn't save him. That's funny. Field sample. Oh, let's go. Oh my god, he parried them. Oh my god. Oh, he got hit. Oh. He still got hit though. Even. Wait. Wait a minute. He got he lost 4 health? Excuse me? You lose 4 health when you get damage from this guy? Or is that just because of the blue thingies? Yeah, he's overcharmed, so he takes 2 times the damage. What the hell? Last boss is the worst flipping boss. It can't rot in forever. Overcharm makes you to take 2 times the damage. Oh, damn. In exchange for what? Oh, look at him. Maybe it would have been better if you kept that, honestly. Pure vessel. Ooh. That's so cool. And he's dead. Oh, here we go. Now it's just the Godseeker and one and only. Screw you, flipping Habeas Absolute Radiance. Look at him go. He's killing himself. Oh, he's trying to get to 1 HP. Still have to do the phases. Wow. This. And you still have to attack after that. Oh. Who are you? Ooh. Is that the Lord of Shades? Oh, I want to see the cutscene too. Damn. Does that start a new type of infection? The void now? Everything is turning black. Oh. Wait. Yeah, that's the Hollow Knight. Damn. That was impressive. I mean, that's not even... Impressive is not enough to say that. Henry Tearless Man, I probably won't. Probably won't do it. Anyways, continue. Mr. Moss back.
Oh, it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments
You
will
feel
be spent
trash? No,
fixing
don't
one
be,
of his
man.
favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads.
That is,
It's comforting
You're
to
a
think
good
that his
chef for
final
trying
seconds
it.
of consciousness were spent in total bliss.
if you ever
before we
complete it,
sent him
then
hurtling into
goddamn.
the infinite chasm that is Oblivion. Well, anyways, the alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiance plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the Knight seems to transform into
Oh,
this
that's the Knight that
monstrosity.
Transform.
Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiance in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world, which is probably a bad thing?
Yeah.
Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her, and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene, we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hallownest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up.
Maybe
The
it's
Hollow
Silksong.
Knight is running loose in Hallownest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's
Maybe that's
even
what
more strange
Silksong
about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related
it's
to this
not
ending
related.
at all.
Okay.
But that's a whole different shit show. Obviously, the biggest mystery surrounding this ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already? Or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation. We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worshipped took the form of something more sinister. There is
Okay.
one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers. Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept a flower from the Knight. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady, but the fact that Zamir brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest. Did these come from the Pale King, or
Harry, welcome you to the Silksong waiting lounge. I see you the seat. Now sacrifice your blood to the community.
possibly some other pale being. And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect to these events on the surface, so we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to consider about what the Pale Beings are and what properties they possess. And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we are looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the Worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff?
What?
But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world.
Yep.
Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside?
No.
Ugh. And so this video comes to an end.
Nice.
Now I know the average attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes, so let me leave you with a few takeaways. 1. Hollow Knight is a game about bugs. I know this may come as a shock, but it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention. You'll notice right away, I promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all. I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is
suppose,
valid,
like
so
Abomination,
I don't
he
want to
likes
step on
killing
anyone's
babies.
toes or anything.
Like
3.
Grimkin.
Menderbug is fucking dead. 4. Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
It's a party
Alright.
every week, baby.
That, of course, I'll subscribe. That's nice. That was some shit. So we got to 2 endings, and we also saw the other 2, I guess, from the 2 God Hope endings. But that's 4. People say there's 5, right? Or is that just 4? There's one being, yeah, the 2 one we got, and then the 2 God Home ones, if you give her the flower or not. And what else is there? I can't think of anything else that's sweaty. 5 endings. What's the last one? Secret Mr. Mushroom one? You're trapped with Hornet, but that's the thing I got though. Oh yeah, 3. Technically I got 3. Oh yeah. And that means I did get 3, and then the other 2. Yeah, the Hollow Knight, Sealed Siblings, Dream No More, Embrace the Void, and Delicate Flower, if you give her the flower. What is this though? Post-credit scene. I didn't see this. Find Mr. Mushroom in all locations with the Spore Shroom charm equipped. You. Okay. Wow. What the f- Ending one, join the process, hinder the process, end the process, become the process, erase the process. That's what just suffering. Well, I suppose that concludes our Hollow Knight streams. It's sad to see it at its end, but that is it then. What do you guys think the endings you guys like the most? That you guys keep it as a head canon for you guys.
You give the flower to Godseeker reflects that I brought it all the way from the grave to the Godseeker.
What's the head canon for you guys for the ending? For me, I like the. Let's see. Honestly, I guess the delicate. Maybe the embrace the void. Honestly, because that still has a purpose after the end. Like you defeated the absolute radiance, and then now you turn into this void thingy. Now it's up to Hornet, I guess, to whatever happens next. Well, this one is kind of like everything is peaceful, I suppose. Oh wait, I guess there's still this. Hornet still has to fight the Hollow Knight. God home, even though I still haven't got it, you really become a god. So which one? Embrace the god from you? Ah. Because I would be sick, right? After being the Hollow Knight this whole time. Like, not the Hollow Knight, like, Knight, basically. And then you become something you hated, I suppose. You're supposed to defeat, contain. I mean, you don't become the infection, but you become something else, perhaps worse than the infection. You become the void. My message won't send. What the hell? You want chaos? I want things to be. I like this ending because there's still something to it, you know. While in Delicate Flower is like, well, now you just the Hollow Knight and Hornet. That's all to it. Well, this is now you have turned into evil, most probably evil, and now Hornet has to fight the Hollow Knight itself and, deal with that. Can we watch Mossback debunks Madman Theory? Wait, really? That's a thing? Oh my god, it is. Jeez. How long is the video? Alright. For me, I just wanted Knight to destroy things. The reason I like this ending is because the Knight is alive. Which one? The Embrace the Void? I suppose that's the only one. The other one... Wait. Doesn't Dream No More mean... Oh wait, no, you're dead in Dream No More. Yeah. The only ending that the Knight's alive in is this. But technically it's no longer the Knight, now it's just the Void Lord. Spoilers, no cap. Hornet hits the gritty on Hollow Knight, destroys 2 towers. Alright. Silksong's last boss is the Shade Lord. Maybe. Because now instead of the light, the light you see in Hollow Knight, now you see the absolute just darkness of everything. Which is interesting. It's insane that giving a flower could give you 2 endings. Anyways, how long is this? 46 minutes? That's a bit too long for me. I would like to extend the video even more, but I like the stream even more, but it's 12 a.m. for me. And sadly, I don't think we'll be talking about this anytime soon. I still need to think of what next game I'm gonna stream next. Well, there is Bendy and the Dark revival, but I heard some people say that it's pretty bad, but I don't know if that's true or not. Or I actually don't know what game to play next. I do not know. The Dark Revival is good in my opinion.
Hey, when is hair reveal or what you got none? Alright, very funny. Terraria, maybe? Terraria, people say it's gonna take a long time to, like my friends, it's gonna take a long time for you to complete it because it's a very grindy game. Plus, it's a crafting game. Will you eat the soup? Oh, back at that again. I guess maybe Dark World, or maybe Dead Cells. Dead Cells is another indie game, and that's a Metroidvania as well, right? Or I have one last thing a game that I could stream that I could think of is this might come as shocking to you all, but I'm thinking of Genshin Impact of streaming because I've been playing it a lot and seems to get a liking to it. Just a choice. It's a choice. Don't know if people want to see that, so if people don't want to see that, then I won't stream it. Average kid on Dead Cells? No! Genshin is consumed in every soul is salmon. Well, yeah and no, basically. I wanna do animation streams, but yeah, my laptop can't handle that, so I can't do that. Yeah. Maybe I can't think of anything aside from that. Maybe I'll get to see it soon. Dead Cells is difficult as fuck. Okay. And then Sam would be nice. Exactly, but I... laptop sucks. I'm planning to buy a new laptop, but it's coming soon. If it comes, and then I'll have to test it out. We'll see. By the way, you might wonder the real reason. Well, there's two reasons I actually wanted to play this game. Hollow Knight, I mean. One of them being, obviously, I like this type of games. And after watching Indie Cross episode 1, I got into interest, like, who is Hollow Knight, you know? Who is this character? So I searched up the game, played it, tried to play it. And second, I'm sure some of you might have already known, I kind of need to know some of the parts of the lore and the abilities or the character itself, the knight, because I'm putting him in my animation. And that is why. That's two things. Cause that's why when I say I need to finish this fast, because I don't want to get things about the character wrong. You know, well, I will. When I mean it's like a lot of things, obvious things wrong. So I try my best to make things accurate. While I'm stealing my brother's credit card to get membership fee too. You don't have to do that. Being here is okay. Finishing eating that baby Grim, nope. Really 3 hits and you're dead. That's like Cuphead. Because in Cuphead, the difference is I played that with my friend Chipsy. But that's still kind of like 3 hits and you're dead. Or if you have some sort of charm, or not charm, it's actually called, what is it called there? It is called charms as well, I think. I forgot already. You could have a charm that gives you extra health, but that's pretty much it. Also, since Indie Cross Cuphead can use all the guns and frizz all different weapons, does that mean the knight can use all the charms? That's what I've been thinking, right? Because if I make the knight use all the charms, it would be pretty hard to animate, and he would be pretty powerful. So what I'm doing instead, this might be a little spoilers for all of you, is that if you know those robot thingies, those things, I don't know why this suddenly turned into my series lore, but is it a word, I guess, for saying? But those robot things, there's just how do I say this? Well, drones, basically. It's the same thing as Indie Cross episode, but
Their purpose there is way bigger. There's a higher, I guess, a higher being that is controlling these things, or not controlling, summoning these things to each world and all that. And their job there is kind of to entertain someone, the audience, I suppose. It will be maybe something familiar to Godseeker, even, you know? But these are our thoughts, except the robots part. But still thoughts.
Harry is talking about ChatGPT.
But then again, back to the topic. If I give Hollow Knight every charm ability, it's gonna be way too hard to animate. And I don't know if I could do it. So it might just be like some, or like I have to change something about about its abilities, the knight's abilities. Like instead of using have all of the charms equipped, instead the knight can chooses between it, you know. Or this is actually a version of the knight that hasn't finished the game, or like gotten to the end, because in Cuphead's situation, right, Cuphead already beaten the devil, so it means he has gone to every single island, gone every single ability and all that. Well, in the knight's situation, could be that it's still exploring some places but not everything, and then the robot thing came, and then then that's where the thing starts. It didn't let the knight go on become full power, you know, if you know what I mean. 100% add Baby Grim. I don't know. Who knows? Just make him have the cheese speedrun job. Though I've been thinking of asking my bro to pay membership and give him the money RL back. Yeah, I've seen, but the spells isn't upgraded yet. Yeah. Like I was thinking when I was doing if you saw my community post, I did an work in progress GIF. Is the knight doing the down slam? I was thinking should I do the shade version instead? Then again, I'm thinking to myself, wait, how do I animate that? How do I get how do I get the same effect? No, it's pretty hard. So maybe I make it like a different type, or like a different type of attacks. You can do 2 attacks, like the shade version and normal version, maybe. So did Graham the effects, by the way? Yeah. The Knight is Indie Cross still has the non-upgraded nail. Exactly. The same thing goes for the Knight in my series as well. Hasn't gotten the upgraded nail, because it didn't really complete its objective, if you know what I mean. Hasn't got the end, hasn't gone all the dreamers, so it's still at, like, I guess I would say the early state of the Knight. While in Indie Cross situation, his is like I don't know why I keep saying his. Fuck's sake, doesn't have any gender. The Knight's case, it has defeated the Hollow Knight. Well, at least gotten to that part, but it's still got the broken nail, which is interesting. But it seems to have the long dash, seems to have the, actually that's no, and the moth claw, moth wings, was it called? The wings of something. Basically, I got the wings as well.
Couldn't feel fair though under everybody in Indie Cross have end game stuff. My boy the nice at early game stuff. Exactly. I feel like he would be. That's a good reason. Maybe I'll change. Maybe I make him have end game stuff, but again, I even for Cuphead's case, I still don't know how to animate every single ability you could have. There's only so many I could do with SFM, so it's gonna have to depend on that. But I'll try my very best. Monarch Wings, yeah. Thinking about it now, my decision of watching the 12 Fast Moon stream where you were live that day has a huge impact on my life. I don't know what I would be doing if I didn't watch the stream. Thank you, Eric. I'm very sorry to say this, but what did I say? What did I say in the 12th Asmo stream? Fuck me. I have a terrible memory. Like, what did you do or something? But I'm excited now. Now that I've completed the game, I can finally continue to animate my animations. But of course, it wouldn't be that if it weren't for you, Mikey and Magma, for giving all these tips to beat the boss even faster, which I appreciate. Anyways, it's that time. If you don't have any further questions, I will end this here then. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, Mikey, Magma, for giving me these tips. Thank you for everyone else staying in, tuning in, and watching the streams. I was going through YouTube and has a random recommendation of you streaming, and I thought, why not? Now I'm here without deciding watching that stream. I wouldn't have a great friend. I see, like Monica. That's sweet. I'm truly happy that people that has watched my streams went to Discord and actually made some friends. That makes me happy as well. Yeah, well, for those that haven't gone into the Discord server, it's in the description. It's not too late to make some friends if you want to, or just be there to get notified of my streams. So, once again, thank you everyone so much for watching. That'll be it. See you guys next time, whenever this next stream happens and whenever I have a plan. And you guys have a good night or good day. You have a good rest of your day as well, Clumsy. See you later. We'll miss you guys.